Today we are going to build an awesome full stack movie search application using some of the hottest tech out there. So Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Clerk for user authentication, MySQL for data storage, and even Stripe for payment subscriptions. So if you have never used any of these tools before, don't worry, I've got you covered. So by the end of this tutorial, you'll not only have a fully functional movie search application that you can show in your portfolio, but you will also learn how to seamlessly integrate front end and back end, everything from user login, working with the database, and handle payment subscriptions all in one project. So if you're ready to level up your development skills, stick with me. You don't need any prior experience, just a willingness to learn, guys. So follow along. Let's dive in and create something amazing. So this is what we're going to build. So as you can see, we have a payment gateway where users can type in their credit card information and they can click subscribe. Boom, it succeeded. So this should take us back to the settings page, and it says pro plan. So we have a managed subscription, we have favorites button where users can see their favorite movies, they can sign out, they can search for movies and everything. So without further ado, let's get started. So let's open up a terminal and type in npx create next app at latest. And then they're going to ask a few questions. What is your project name? So I'm going to type in movies full stack and give yes for all the other questions. Okay, cd into the app and then run npm run dev. And this will start the Next.js application. So you can open up a browser and go to localhost 3000, and you should be able to see your Next.js application. Perfect. So now we're going to use Clerk for our login and sign up mechanism. So go to clerk.com and we can install the next Clerk package. So go back to the terminal. Let's open up a new terminal, or you can quit this terminal and then you can type in the command to install the Clerk. There you go. Now we will have to set our environment variables. So create a new file. Create .env.local, and let's actually let me go to the dashboard and create a new application instead. So I'm going to create a new application. So let's do movie SaaS full stack, and make sure the Google and email is turned on, and you can turn on anything else if you want, and click create application. And now you will be able to see your the different steps that you need to take. Let's copy the environment variables, and then we will also need to write our middleware. So once you copy the environment variables, let's make a new file called middleware.ts. And here we can copy the code from the website back to the file. Let me try to fix this error. Oh, make sure the middleware and the environment variables is inside your application. So that will fix the error. Perfect. Yeah, it has to be inside the movie full stack file. So after the let's export this at the end of the file. And then here on line number 4, we can write something. So we're going to declare the public routes here. So let's declare a new variable is public route, and this would be using the create route matcher function. And inside the create route matcher, there's going to be an array. And here we can declare all the public routes. So for now, we can write the sign in and the sign up page as the public routes, and of course the slash as well. And then we can export. Actually, we okay. And inside the export, we can add auth and request, and then we can add a new function, lambda function inside that. And inside the lambda function, we can write if this is not a public route. We can pass in the request. We can say auth dot protect. So what this means is if it is not a public route, the middleware will protect users from going into that page. And we will modify the public route later. So let's create a new folder called Auth. So in Next.js, routes are created using the folder structure under the apps folder. But sometimes you want to organize your files without affecting the actual URL structure. So that's where round brackets come in. So I have round brackets around the auth. So this comes in handy because that doesn't count towards the URL structure. So when you use round brackets around a folder name, Next.js ignores it when generating the route. So I've created 3 folders to organize my files: auth, dashboard, and landing. So round brackets are perfect for grouping files or organizing your code without affecting your route paths. So try to keep your code clean and structured. So if you found this tip helpful, please don't forget to like and subscribe and leave a comment below. So we can create a new file inside the landing folder, page.tsx. Let's create a new component, const landing page. So this is going to be our landing page when the user goes to our website. So we can export it as well. Export default. I'll export it at the end, and we can return small dev. We can have an h1 landing page, and we can export the component at the end. So just write const landing page, and then we can export default landing page. Perfect. So now we have a basic landing page. So we can now run the application. So go to your terminal and type in npm run dev. So they should start up the application, and you should be able to see the landing page. Perfect. Make sure you don't have page.tsx in your app folder. We only have the layout.tsx. Okay, now inside the landing page, we can create a link that directs the users to the sign in and sign up page. So import the link from next/link. The URL is sign in and the name of the link is also sign in. Let's create a button inside the link. So we have a button that says sign in, and let me style it a bit just to give some space. So I'm going to give it a margin right of 20 pixels. Let's create one more link that says sign up. Perfect. So now we have a sign in and sign up page. If you go back to your browser, so that's working. Inside the Auth folder, I'm going to create another folder again with round brackets, routes. So as I said earlier, it doesn't count towards the URL structure. And inside the layout.tsx, we need to include clerk provider. So the whole application will be wrapped around the clerk provider. Make sure you import that from clerk/Next.js. Again, inside the routes folder, I'm going to create a new folder called sign in. And a new folder called sign up. So there's no round brackets in these folders, so this will count towards the URL structure. So inside the sign in, I'm going to do something different here. So these folder names might look a little strange at first. So let's break it down. So in Next.js, the double square brackets create a catch-all route. So this means it can handle multiple URL segments within the same folder. So let me give you an example. So if you have /signin and then /signin/redirect, so this will catch all the routes that comes after /signin. So that's why we have double brackets, and inside the double brackets there is 2 dots. So let's create we have a page.tsx inside the double brackets sign in, and then inside the page.tsx we can create the sign in page, and let's return instead of the div we can return the sign in page from the clerk. And we can do the same for sign up. So create a new folder with the double brackets. So the double brackets make it possible to support optional and flexible URL segments without breaking your app. So that's what that does. And inside that folder, we can create a page.tsx. And inside the page, we can export the sign up page. And then we can return the sign up page from clerk. Clerk. Perfect. So we have a sign in and sign up page right now. So let's go back to the app and refresh. And let's try clicking the sign in button. So it should take us to the sign in URL. So as you can see, we have been redirected to the /sign-in. Let me go to the site up. Okay, there's something wrong in the URL here, so we might need to fix this. So let me try to fix this. So we need to add this at the end of the. So make sure you have /sign-in and then round brackets. Inside that, there's a dot and an asterisk. So make sure you have that, and then we can refresh. Let's go to sign in if that works, and let's go to sign up, and that works as well. Perfect. So now we have a working sign in and sign up page. So now we can make the landing page. So the layout for the landing page. So we have a layout.tsx and page.tsx. So let me explain what that is. So in Next.js, page.tsx is for defining the main content of a specific route, showing what users see when they visit the page. But layout.tsx, on the other hand, creates a consistent structure like the headers, the footers, or sidebars that wraps around multiple pages within the section of your app. So that's what the difference is. So inside the landing layout, the code is going to be a bit different. So we're going to have children, and it's going to be type of React node. Let me try to fix this error. And we can return children in brackets. And let's wrap it around the main tag. And let's give it a class name of h-full. Let's give it a background color. So I'm going to use this specific background color, 111827. Then we can give it an overflow order. Try to fix these errors. So I'm going to remove the main and wrap it around a div instead. So use a div instead of a main, and then we have the same class names, and then inside the div, we will have another div with mx auto, max w screen xl, and a height full. And inside that, we can render all the children. Perfect. Now that we have a landing page layout, let's go back to the landing page. And then I'm going to remove all the sign in and sign up buttons. So, and let's give it a class name of h-full. And then inside the div, we can create a landing nav bar. So we don't have this component right now, so we will be making this. So let's go to the app folder. Let's go to the app folder and create a new folder called components. And this is where we will be saving all the individual small components. And inside the components, we will create the landing nav bar .tsx file. Perfect. So inside that file, so I'm going to add hyphen in between landing and nav. And then inside the file, type use client. So this is going to be a client component. So that's why you have use client. And after that, let's export our landing nav bar. And inside the component, I'm going to have an signed in variable that comes from use auth. And then we can return a nav component. And let's give it a class name of p4, so padding of 4, and then background transparent, flex, item sender, justify between. So we're using Tailwind CSS for styling our application. And now we can go back to the landing page and then import the landing nav bar that we just created. Perfect. And let's create a new link inside the nav component. So a link href, it will be the slash, so this will take us to the home page. And let's give it a class name of flex, item sender. Let's close the link tag. And inside this link, let's create a new div. Let's give it a class name of relative, height of 8, width of 8, MR of 4. And then inside the div, we can import an image from next/image. And this will be our logo. So let's give it a property of fill, and let's give it a alt of logo, and source is our name of the logo file. So we can name it logo.png for now. So now we need to find a logo, and we need to save it inside the public folder. So I'm going to go to Google and then find a logo for our application. So before that, let's create a public folder, and this is where we will store all the images for our application. So inside the folder, I've already saved my logo.png file. So we've done that. So let's create our title. So we can name this application anything. I just named it Genius for now. So I'm going to change the name later. And let's create a new div and give it a class name of flex, item center, gap x2. And inside the div, let's create a new link. Let's give it an href, and this will be based whether we are signed in or not. So if the user is signed in, if the user clicks on this button, it will take us to the sign-in page. I mean, the dashboard, and if the user is not signed in, it will take us to the sign-up page. So that's what the href means. And inside the link, we will be creating a button. So we don't have a button component yet. So we will be using Shatscene UI for creating our buttons. So let's go to shatsceneui.com and let's go to the button page. So we need to install Shatscene UI first. So let's run these commands. So let me copy this command. Go back to your terminal. Let's quit this application and then type in npx shatscene at latest in it. And press Y. Then wait for a few seconds. I'm gonna choose the default. Choose gray. The base color, zinc. Yeah, I'm gonna use zinc. CSS variables for theming. I'm gonna choose see, is it no or yes? Yeah, I'm gonna choose no. Then let's wait. Perfect. So now we have Shatscene UI installed. Now let's install the button component. npx shatscene at latest add button. Okay, now we have, if you go back to the folder structure, we have, oh, I think we messed up. So the components folder should be outside the app folder. We created it inside the app folder. So I'm gonna delete this or move this to the correct components folder. So as you can see, the button component was saved inside the component/UI folder. So that's where our all our components will be. So before that, let me create this button real quick. Let's create the button. The variant will be outline, and let's give it a class name of rounded LG. And that will be a get started button. It's compiled. Inside the landing navbar file, let's modify the title. So let's give it a class name. So I'm going to be using CN to give the class name to our title. So make sure you have CN from lib/utils. So inside the CN, let's write text XL, font bold, text white. And for the font, I will be making a custom font. You don't have to do this. This part is optional. So I'm going to create a Montserrat font. with the weight 600 and subsets Latin. And then pass in the phone.class name inside the scene now. Perfect. So now we have a logo and a title. So I'm going to delete that layout from the app folder. So okay, I think I did something wrong here. Let me see. Oh yeah, I think I deleted something. Yeah, and make sure I'm gonna be moving my landing navbar to the real components folder. And then I'm gonna delete the components folder that I created by accident. Perfect. Yeah, so the components folder is outside the app folder. Okay, so now it's working. So let's go back to the landing navbar and let me create a add justify between. So now we can see the get started button is all the way to the right. And it's responsive as well. So beside the landing navbar, let's create a landing banner component. So we can make that right now. So inside the components folder, create a landing banner.tsx file. And inside this file, let's export the function, export default constant landing banner. And inside the return statement, let's return a div. Again, I'm gonna export it at the end. Yeah, so again, we're gonna have the signed in component from the use auth. And this comes from clerk/Next.js. And this is a client component, so I'm gonna add a use client. And let's give the class name of text white, font bold, py36, text to sender, space y5. And inside that div, let's create another div. And let's give it a class name of text for Excel. And for small devices, we're gonna have text 5XL. For medium devices, we're gonna have medium text 6XL, and for large devices we're going to have text 7XL. And then we can have a space Y5. Let's give it a font of extra bold. And inside this div, we can write the H1. And let's give it a small tagline. So I'm going to say discover new movies. Add to your wish list. And inside the div, let's create another div. Let's give it a class name of text transparent, background clip text, background gradient, to R from purple, from pink 500 to violet 500. So we're going to have a gradient color for the text. And we will be using typewriter effect. So make sure you install the typewriter effect. So go to the terminal and type in npm install typewriter effect. And then we can import the typewriter component from the typewriter effect. So inside the div, let's create a typewriter component and let's give it an options. And inside the options, we can write an parameter call strings. We can write best movie search engine. And then, yeah, all the different strings that should appear as a typewriter effect. We can write something like, what else should we write? Let me fix this brackets. Okay. And then let's give it an option, auto start of true. And then the loop parameter is also, let me fix this real quick. Yeah, loop is true. What's wrong here? Okay, perfect. So all the options are inside the options variable. Strings, auto start, and loop goes inside the options object. So we can restart the application. So go to your terminal and type in npm run dev. Let me restart the application. Yeah, so let's fix the landing banner. Yeah, let's import the landing banner from the components folder. And now we can go back to the browser and see if that fixed it. Perfect. So now we have a landing banner. I don't see the typewriter effect, so let me try to fix that. So I do see the add to your wish list. I'm gonna bring that to the next line. Let's create another H1 that says add your favorites to your wish list. Or something like a best movie search engine and review tool, because I'm going to be adding some new features in future. So let me see if I can fix that typewriter component. Okay, I can see it right now. Yeah, so I think I had my gradient was wrong. So make sure your gradient Tailwind CSS is right. So, okay, as you can see, the typewriter effect is working pretty well. And make sure in the layout component, you have h-full. Inside the body, the CSS should have an h-full. So that will bring um, the blue color to the whole page. Perfect. So now we have a landing page. So let's click get started, and this should take us to the sign up page. Let me try to go to the sign in. Okay, that works as well. Perfect. So now we have a landing page. Let me try to fix this. So inside the dashboard, create a new folder called dashboard. And inside the dashboard, create a new file called page.tsx. So this will be our dashboard. So inside the dashboard page, we can create a new component called dashboard page. And let's return a small div. And inside the div, create another div. And let's export this dashboard page. Let me remove this div, and let's create a new component, dashboard navbar. So we're gonna have a different navbar for dashboard. So let's create that. So inside the components folder, create a dashboard navbar.tsx file. And I'm gonna copy paste the same thing from the landing navbar, then make some changes. Okay, I'm gonna remove this auth for now. So I'm going to copy this landing navbar to the dashboard navbar. And then I'm going to rename this to dashboard navbar. I'm going to rename the name of the application to something else. So how about something like movie? So movie with a double E. So that sounds cool because it's a movie search engine. So I'm going to add a few more E's. And yeah, we will add a user button from clerk. So this will enable the users to log out or manage their user details. So make sure you import that from clerk. And then let's add an E signed in. I think we probably need this. Again, I'm going to rename the name of the application. Let's go back to the dashboard page and import this. Yeah, I need to fix my name. And let's import this dashboard navbar inside the dashboard page. So, oh yeah, I need to export this. Oh wait, I already exported it. Okay. So let's import the dashboard navbar. Perfect. So now we should have a dashboard navbar inside the dashboard. So let's click get started, and it should take us to the sign up page. And this should take us to the dashboard page. And as you can see, we have a nav bar with a logo and a user button. And as you can see, when you click the user button, you can sign out. So we don't have to build all those UI. So now that we have a dashboard nav bar, let's try to create our movie search page. So for that, we will have a small input. So let's add the input component from ShadCN. So install the input component from ShadCN. So could you terminal and type in npx ShadCN at latest add input, and this should save the input component inside the components/UI folder. And let's go back to the dashboard, and this is where we will be inserting our input component. So let's import the input component from component/UI/input. I don't see it here. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. Oh yeah, it's I think it should be inside the div. Yeah, inside the div we have an input component, and then for the div, let's give it a class name. Okay, so we will get this hydration failed error, so we need to fix this. So for that, go back, let me try to fix this real quick. So for that, we will have to make a state. So make a state called isMounted, and then set isMounted equals uState, and then the initial value would be false. And then let's import the uState from React. And then after that, inside the use effect hook, we can set isMounted to true. And then after that, we can say if it is not mounted, so if it is not mounted, we return null. So this should fix the hydration failed error. So I have a different kind of error. Yeah, so it's a we have a use state, so this should be a client component. So make sure you have use client at the top of the dashboard page, and that should fix the error. Perfect. So now we have a dashboard with a small input where users can search for movies. So inside the class name, let's give it a width of half. So W 1/2. Actually, let's make it a 3/6. I think it's gonna be the same as 1/2. And we will be using a React hook, uh, React hook form and the form from Chatcn UI for form validation. So let's install the form from Chatcn. So it's going to be npx Chatcn at latest add form. So let's go back to page.tsx and let's create a new folder called constants.ts. And inside the constants.typescript, we will have a form schema, and then we will have a z object with a string, and this will be the keyword for the movie. So let's copy the form from Shatscene UI to our dashboard page. So let's import the form. So make sure the form is from component/UI/data. See, I imported it from React hook form, which is wrong. So make sure you import it from component/UI/form. Again, same for everything else. Form shield, form field, form item, form control, form control, let me try to fix this error. Let's wrap the whole form inside the div. And then let's give it a class name of w full flex row m4. And for the form inside, let's add some class names. W full rounded LG. Focus within shadow SM. And then the display will be grid calls 1 and gap 4. Should make it 12. And then item center. Perfect. Then inside the form, let's create a div and then wrap the whole thing inside the div. And let's give it a class name. And that's going to have a call span of 12. Actually, 10. And then the form field, the name is keyword. This is where the user types the keyword for the movie. And for the input, let's give a class name. P2 W4. And let's give it a disable property. And that will be ease loading. Now we need to initialize the ease loading, and the ease loading comes from the use form. So the ease loading, let's initialize a variable for ease loading, and it will be form.formState.easeSubmitting. Perfect. So that's done. Now the pending thing is the onSubmit function. So we need to define that. Before that, let me add some styling to the button. So let's give it a variant of outline and a class name. And this will have a call span of 2. Let's give it a P of 2 as well. And again, the disabled will be is loading. And we can remove the type. Now let's define the onSubmit function. So it's going to be an async function. Values will be of type z.infer, and the form schema goes inside. And let's write a try catch inside the onSubmit function. And inside the try statement, let's make a API request. First of all, let's get the back keyword. So it's going to be constant user query equals values.keyword. So this comes from the form schema that we initialized. And then let's make the API request with the keyword. So let's do const response await axios.post. And the URL will be API/fetch movies. And let's pass in the user query. Actually, let's give it a name of keyword, and then user query goes inside. Before that, we need to install npm install Axios as well. So before that, let me write a state variable for saving all the movies that we get from the request. So const movies set movies equal to uState. And after we get the response from the API request, let's set the movies. So set movies response.data. Now let's install Axios. So go to the terminal and type npm install Axios. And let's import it. Import Axios from Axios. Okay, perfect. So we have an onSubmit function right now that fetches movies based on the keyword. Now let's start the application again and see how it looks. Click get started. Goes to the dashboard. Now we can search for Conjuring movies or anything that you want. Click submit. As you can see, it's pretty responsive as well. Okay, so now we have a search input, but is it working? I don't think so, because we need to write the server for the API request. So for that, I'll be using OMDB API to get the movie details. So you can go to omdbapi.com and enter your email, and you will get an API key in your email. And then you can go back and save your API key inside the env.local file as omdb underscore API underscore key. So once you have that, you can so after the form, I'm gonna add a div to display all the movies in a grid like form. So I'm gonna add a div with the class name grid calls 1. For small devices, it's gonna be grid calls 2. For medium devices, grid calls 3. And for large devices, grid calls 4, cap 4. And then I'm gonna go through the movies. And then initialize the movie card. So I skipped some part here. I accidentally cut a part of the video. So I did create a movie card.tsx file inside the components. And I also made a folder called API, and then another folder called fetch movies. And inside the fetch movies, created a new file called route.ts. That will be fetching the movies from the server. So here I'm mapping through the movies and creating the movie card. So I will show the code for the movie card in a second. Let's pass in a few props to the movie card. So we will have a key. So whenever you are mapping from an array, you have to have a key. So let's pass in the ID as the key. And then you have an ID, you have a title, you have an year, and you have an image URL for the poster. And everything comes from the movie. So I have an error. Let me fix this real quick. Looks like I messed up the order of the movie, though I think the first item is movie and the second item is ID. Yeah, so let me change that real quick. So the second one is ID and the first one is movie. So here is a string, so let's change that to string. Perfect. So let's add the ER to their message. So let's go back. I have a few styling issues that I need to fix. So let me restart the application. npm run dev. So let's open up a browser and refresh. So I have some styling issues. I'm going to fix this later. So I'm going to type in conjuring. Okay, I have a few errors. It looks like I have to add a blur data URL. So let's go back to the code. Let's go. This is the fetch movies API that I was talking about. So make sure you copy this code. Let's go back to the dashboard page and then movie card. And inside the image, this is the code for. So make sure you have the movie card.tsx file inside the components and copy this code over. And inside the image, let's add a blur data URL property. I'm just gonna add some random things. Just gonna put logo.png for now. Now let's refresh the app again and try again. Okay, so we have another error. Okay, so for Next.js, every time you load an image from a public domain, you have to add that domain to the configuration file. So our images for the image movie posters are coming from Amazon servers. So we need to add the domain to the Next.js config. So that's what we're gonna do next. So let's go to next config.mjs file. And add the next config. So it's going to be having images, remote patterns, protocol, hostname, port, and path name. So for the hostname, let's add our domain, so which is m.media.amazon.com. And for the path name, I'm just going to put slash. We can remove this, and then we can export default next config, and then restart the application again. Perfect. So I think it's working. We do have some styling issues that I'm going to fix it. Okay, it's pretty responsive as well, as you can see. But it does seem a little bit crowded at a certain width. Let's go back to the dashboard. Let's put the form before the div. So that should fix one of the issues. So the input is above the movie grid. We do have a few more issues that I'll fix it. For the movie grid, I'm gonna add a few more styling. So I'm gonna give it a margin of 4. And let's go to the movie card. Let me try adjusting some width and height. Okay, it needs to have a width property, so okay, so image needs to have a width and height. So I'm gonna put it back and then try to adjust the values. I'm gonna put the height as 800 and width as 300. See if that makes any difference. Still, I'm not able to see the whole poster. Let me see how I can fix this. So inside the movie card, for the card, I'm gonna add a height of 6. Okay, that doesn't work. I'm gonna decrease the max width. Okay, I'm gonna decrease it to max width 64. Now I can see a lot more content from the poster. That's pretty good for now. In the dashboard page, let me tweak some things. Be more. Okay, that doesn't work. I'm gonna do large grid 6. Okay, that's much better. Now we have more movies on the same row. It's pretty good, but at a certain width it looks a little bit cramped. Especially here, it's too cramped. So I'm gonna change this large to extra large and see if that fixes this. Okay, and now I think it's much better. Yeah, okay. So make sure you have all these styling like you see on the screen, and that should fix the styling issues. So yeah, make sure you copy all the class names as you see on the screen. You can post the video and copy all the class name as you can see, and then that should fix the styling of the input and the button. I'm gonna see if the ghost style does something. No, I don't like that. I'm gonna switch it back to outline. Let's restart the application. Let's search for Avengers. Perfect. So now we have a perfectly looking search page. We have posters, we have title, we have year. So now that's done. I'm gonna create a new folder for the favorites page. So we're gonna have a favorites page where users can add movies to their wish list or like a favorites page. So this is what that does. So inside the favorites folder, let's create a page.tsx, and this is where we'll be building our favorites page. So a lot of the things will be similar. So I'm gonna copy the whole dashboard into the favorites page. And then change the name to favorites page. And you also have a dashboard navbar. I'm gonna delete some stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna remove all the forums. We won't have a forum inside the favorites page, so let's remove all those things. And we won't have a form either, so you can delete the div containing the form. We only have a state containing the movies. So let's install a package called Lucid React. So we'll be importing an icon from Lucid React. So npm install Lucid React. And let's search for Lucid React icons. And here I want an icon for bookmarking or saving movies. So you can choose anything. I'm gonna use this bookmark plus icon. So it's gonna be import bookmark plus from Lucid React. So after the card content, let's add the bookmark plus icon. And let's give it a class name. So the color is going to be text to sync 400. And before that, I'm going to give it a background, the same color as our nav bar. So let's see how that looks like. Restart the application and go to the browser. Okay, that doesn't look good. So instead of the background, change it to text. Okay, now that's much better. And I need it to be on the right hand side, so I gave it a class name of flex and also did ML auto. So that will bring the bookmark to the rightmost extreme side. So it is still kind of uneven, so I'm going to fix that. So for the card, I'm going to give more class name. Let's give it a class name of flex, flex goal, heightful. And for the div surrounding the bookmark plus, I'm going to give it a margin top of auto. Okay, now it seems like everything is aligned. I'm also going to give it a cursor of pointer so that the person, when the users hover over the bookmark plus, it gives you a cursor, pointer cursor. Perfect. So now we need to hook this button to an API endpoint so that it goes to the favorites page. So we need to save the ID of the movies, ID of the favorite movies into a database. So I'm going to be using a MySQL database. So I found this free MySQL database. You can use it, ivan.com, ivan.io. So you have they have a starter plan, so you can use that. So you can click create service. You can select the MySQL, the free plan. It will be hosted on AWS and it's free for 5 GB. I'm gonna change the name of the service and then you can click create. I already have one service, so that's why I need to delete this. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this service. Change the name of the service to MySQL Movie Search, and then you can click Create Service, and then you'll get a service URI. You'll get a few API keys. So I'm gonna skip this step. For this, you can skip. and then finish setup. Then what you can do is you can let's go back to the terminal, and we need to install a library for interacting with this MySQL database. So we'll be using Prisma. So let's install Prisma, npm install the Prisma. So after you install Prisma, you can type npx prisma init. So this will initialize the Prisma project inside your Next.js application. After that, you can do npx I'm just gonna double check if this, okay, I already installed it. So I created a Prisma folder inside the lib folder, and inside the Prisma, I added a schema dot, inside the schema.prisma, I added a few lines: generator client and data source DB. And the URL, make sure you provide the database URL from your MySQL database. So this will be your URL from the Ivan MySQL database. And you have this Prisma folder with the schema.prisma file, and inside this you have a generator client and a data source DB. Provider will be MySQL. You have the URL and the relationship mode. Relation mode, it's going to be Prisma. Now let's install npm Prisma, npm install Prisma client. So this installs a few client libraries for Prisma. So inside the lib folder, let's create another file called prismadb.ts. And inside this, we're gonna initialize a Prisma client. So let's import Prisma client from at prisma/client, and let's declare a global variable. So declare global var Prisma, and the type is Prisma client. Or undefined. And after that, let's create another variable called prismadb. And this will be equal to global.this dot Prisma. Otherwise, it's a new Prisma client. And after that, just make sure if the environment is not production, we have to return global this.prisma equal to prismadb. And then we can export prismadb. So it's going to be export default prismadb. So I do have an error here. I think it's fine for now. For use let and inside the schema.prisma, I'm gonna add a model. So let's add a model user API limit. So this is gonna keep track of how much free searches users can do for this movie search engine. So we're gonna have an ID for user ID. So let's do it's gonna be string at ID default, and it will create an ID on its own. And that's actually been gonna be a primary key, and we have a user ID which is a string, and that's gonna be unique. We have a count, so how many times the users have searched. So and then we're gonna have a created it, and that's gonna be of type date time, and the default value will be now. And we also have a variable called updated at, and that's also for now the default value is now. So now we have a database called user API limit with all these columns. So now let's go back to the terminal and push this to our MySQL database. So it's going to be npx prisma db push. So I'm getting an error. So let me try to fix that. Okay, so it's CUID. It's not CWID. It's CUID. So let's do npx prisma db push again. Okay, so now that's successful. So you should be able to see our database inside our MySQL server. So for seeing that, let's type npx prisma generate. So this generates some prisma db files, and after that you can do npx prisma studio. So this opens up a local UI to see what went inside your database. So as you can see, we have a database named table named user API limit, and with all the columns that we mentioned inside the model. So we're gonna create another database called favorites. This is where we will store our favorite movie IDs. So it's gonna have a user ID again, string ID, and the default will be CUID. So I'm gonna remove that. That's just gonna be a unique because we have to pass in our user ID from the client, and it's gonna have a movie ID, and that's gonna be unique as well. Actually, there's gonna be some mistakes here, so I'm gonna come back and change that later when we are working on the API. And now we can push this again. So for so every time you change the schema.prisma file, make sure you type this npx prisma generate and npx db push. So like I said, let's do npx prisma db push to push our favorites database. I'm getting a okay, it doesn't have a primary key, so we need to add the primary key. So I'm gonna add an ID of string at ID at default CUID. And let's push this again. Okay, it worked. Let's create the files again. So it's npx prisma generate. So make sure you do these commands every single time you change the schema.prisma file. So we can go back to the Prisma Studio and you should be able to see your favorites. Yeah, let's open up Studio. So npx Prisma Studio. So yeah, so we can see your favorites with an ID, with the user ID and the movie ID. So yeah, so make sure you remove at unique from user ID and movie ID. We're gonna come back and remove this in the later part of the video, because the user can have multiple favorite movies, and many user can have a single movie as a favorite, so it's never unique. So let's create a constants file where we can save some constant variables. So inside the constants file, we're going to have an export constant max free account. So users will be able to search for free 5 times. And inside the lib, let's create a file named API limit.typescript. And here we can import auth from clerk/next.js/server. And we can import the PrismaDB client that we made inside the PrismaDB file. So we import that. And we can import the max free account from the constants file. And we can export a function called increase API limit. So if the user subscribes to our application using the payment gateway, we should be able to increase the API limit. So that's what this API does. So let's get the user ID from the auth variable. And if the user ID doesn't exist, let's return. And after that, we can type constant user API limit equals await prismadb dot user API limit dot find unique, and then we can pass in the user ID inside the where clause. So here we get the user API limit from the database. And if the user API exists, we do another statement where we do await prismadb.user API limit.update, and we get the row using the user ID, and then we update the data. Then we set count to user API limit.count plus 1. Otherwise, we're going to create a user API limit with data user ID. Count is 1. And then we can export this a different function called check API limit. So again, we can get the user ID from the auth variable. If the user ID doesn't exist, we can return. After that, we can get the user API limit. So const user API limit equals await prisma.db dot user API limit dot find unique, and pass in the user ID. If user API, if there is no user API limit, or if the user API limit dot count is less than max free count, we return true. Otherwise, we return false. So this just checks whether the user has searched more than 5 times. So every time user makes a search, we're going to increment the API by the API count by 1. So that's what the increase API limit function does. I probably should have renamed it increase API count or something. It's not the limit. So it's basically incrementing every single time the user makes a request. So we can import this increase API limit and the check API limit in the API/fetch movies. So this is where the users are searching for the user search for movies. This is the API request that's being executed. So here we're going to search whether the user is on free trial. So that's using the check API limit. So const free trial equals await check API limit. And if the user is not on free trial, or they've reached their free trial limit, so we're going to return an error. And let's return a status of 403. And then after that, we're going to do await after we get the request from the OMDB API, we're going to increase the API limit count. So this increments the count variable inside the database. And then in the error, we can return the next response.json with the status of 500. So let's do npm run dev, restart the application. Make sure you do npx prisma generate and npx prisma db push. We didn't make any change on the prisma schema, so I'm just going to do npx prisma studio. So I'm going to search the movie again. So if you go back to the Prisma Studio and go back to the user API limit, you should be able to see the ID, the user ID, and the count, which is the number of times user made a search. So let's make another search, Avengers. And then let's go back to the Prisma Studio and then refresh. As you can see, our count has been incremented. So we're keeping track of how many times the user have searched in our search engine. So we can stop searching at 5. So that's what this APIs does. Um, so inside the API, I'm gonna create a different folder called favorite movie. So this will be responsible for, or we can do something like add favorite. So this API will add a movie to the favorite section. Um, so inside that, let's create a folder file called route.ts. So this is where we will define the API. So again, we can copy paste the same stuff from the fetch movies API. So inside this file, we're gonna have a we're gonna get the user ID from the auth again. So we have this favorite.ts file inside the lib, and this is where we will be writing our Prisma DB function to get the favorite or add favorites to the favorite database. So we did constant favorite equals await Prisma db.favorite.create, and then we pass in the user ID and the movie ID. It's Prisma db.favorites. So it's favorites.create, and then in the data we pass in user ID and favorite movie ID. So inside the movie card, let's create the handle add to favorite function. So this is where we will call the /API/add favorite server, and then we can pass in the movie ID. Let me go to the add favorite server. Okay, we have to make a few changes here. Trial. We can just call the await add favorite. And then pass in the movie ID. We will get the ID from the body of the request, and then we can pass in the ID inside the function. Perfect. And then for the response, I'm just gonna return a message that says movie added to favorite. And you can also pass in the status, 200. And change this to ID if there's no ID. Let me go back to the movie card. And inside the bookmark plus icon, let's create an on-click function and make it equal to the handle add to favorite that we just created. Perfect. So now whenever the user clicks the icon, it should call the handle add to favorite function. Perfect. So now we have a server that handles favorite page. So let me restart the application again and see how it looks. Let's refresh the app. Let's search for a movie. I'm gonna search for Fast and Furious. So we got a bunch of results. Now let's try clicking the add to favorite button. So it looks like it's successful. So we made a successful request to the post API endpoint. So let's go to the Prisma Studio and go inside the favorite database. Perfect. So the movie ID has been successfully inserted inside the database, and we have a user ID as well. So we got the favorite part working. So let's go back to the favorite page. So this is where we will be displaying all the favorite movies of the user. So inside the API, let's create a new folder because we will need a new endpoint that fetches all the favorite movies. And inside the fetch movie, we're going to be renaming this. Let's copy everything from the fetch movies. So this is an API endpoint that fetches one movie based on the ID from the OMDB database. So instead of s, it will be I, and we will pass in the ID. So this API endpoint fetches the details of one single movie based on the ID. So we just pass in the ID in the URL after the I parameter, and then we can, and you also need the API key as well, and then we can delete everything else. And inside the movie card, we will be fetching the movie details based on the ID. So let's create a function called fetch movie. And let's pass in the ID coming from the props. And let's create the function fetch movie. Just an async function. And let's make a response to the API endpoint that we just created. So API/fetch movie, and let's pass in the ID. And let's create a state for saving our details of the movie. So I'm going to create a new state, movie set movie use state, and that will be of the type movie, and it will be empty for now. So you might be asking why we need to fetch the details of the movie. Don't we have it inside the props? So we have ID, title, year, image URL coming from the props. So we are using the same movie card component inside the feed, inside the search page and favorite page. So inside the search page, we do get the details, but inside the favorite page, we don't get the details. So that's why. So if we don't have the details, we need to fetch it. So that's why we're doing this. So yeah, let's get the response from the API endpoint. API/fetch movie. And let's pass in the ID. And let's set the movie details. So ID will be ID, title will be response.data.title, year will be response.data.year, and image URL will be response.data.poster. So like I said before, how would we know if we are in the search page or the favorite page? So what I'm doing is, if we don't have image URL, that means currently the component is in favorite page. Or if we have the image URL, the component is in the search page. So if we have the image URL, that means we have all the details from the prop. So we can just set the movie details directly. Otherwise, we need to fetch the movie. So inside the movie card, let's make this conditional rendering, because we might need to wait for the response to be finished. So that's why I'm doing this. If there's a movie, we're gonna display it. Otherwise, it's gonna be null. So instead of the null, let's let's import something else. So I'm going to be using the skeleton from the ShadScene UI. So let's go and install ShadScene skeleton from ShadScene UI. So quit the app, and then run this command npm ShadScene at latest add skeleton. So this should be saved in your component/UI folder, and then let's import it. So after we import the skeleton, we instead of the null, I'm going to be using this skeleton. So let's go to the fetch movie API. Yeah, pass in the movie ID and the API key. Make sure you have API key in your env file. Let's go to the favorites page. So this is where we display all the favorite movies of the user. So let's make a new endpoint. So this is fetch favorites. Basically, this fetches all the favorite movies of the user from the Prisma database. And create a file called route.ts. And inside the fetch favorites, let's go to the favorite.ts file, and let's create a PrismaDB function for this. So export const fetch favorites, and this will fetch all the favorite movies. Yeah, we'll like get the user ID. If the user ID is not there, return. Otherwise, prismadb.favorites.find many and pass in the user ID, and you get the ID of all the favorite movies of the user, and then you return the favorites. So that's the prismadb function, and let's call this inside our API endpoint. So let's import fetch favorites from lib/favorite. And let's call await. Let's remove this and then call the fetch favorites. Let's delete the keyword because we don't need anything. Let's delete this as well. We don't need the body either. And let's change this to get for now. And we don't need the request either. Perfect. And let's remove this, increase API limit, and then return response.data. JSON response. Let's return response for now and see how it looks. Where is it? Response.data. Okay, let's delete all the rest of the stuff. And inside the favorites page, let's call this. So inside the use effect, let's make a API request. So axios.get /API/fetch favorites. And then set the movie. Okay, I'm gonna see if this works. Otherwise, we can come back and change. Yeah, instead of this, I'm gonna make a function instead. So fetch movies, fetch favorite movies or something. Yeah, let's do fetch favorites. And then let's define the fetch favorites function, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. And inside the function, let's make a request. So inside the dashboard nav bar, let's create a button called favorites. So this button should take the user to the favorites page. And so let's give it a variant of outline. I'm gonna clean up the code a bit. So now we have a favorite page that fetches all the movies. Set the state and displays it using the movie card. Add favorite, fetch favorites. And this is the fetch favorites function. Okay, now we can restart the application and see how it looks. So let me refresh this page real quick. Okay, now we can see a favorites button beside the user button. So let me click this. It doesn't work, so we need to do something here. So let's go back to the dashboard nav bar and let's create a link component here. And let's put this favorite button inside the link. And let's change the href to /favorites. Perfect. Now if we click favorites, it should take us to the favorites page. Perfect. So we have some errors in the favorites page. So let me try to fix this. So it's calling the fetch favorites function twice. I'm not sure why. So let me try to fix this. So let me go to developer tools and see what I'm getting from the endpoint. So it's an array, and inside the array we have items with ID, movie ID, and user ID. So let's go back to the code and let's change the interface favorite movie. So we only have ID, movie ID, and user ID coming from the API endpoint. So let's remove rest of the stuff, and let's change this state variable to favorite movies, and let's change the set movies to set fav movies, and the type would be favorite movie. Let's also create a state for loading. So is loading, set is loading equal to use state false. So I'm gonna try something here since the page is calling the fetch favorites twice. I'm gonna see if I can fix this using this fetched state variable. And I'm gonna change this fetch favorite movies. Instead of the dot then, let's make it a variable called response. And after we get the response, we can set the favorite movies. And then I'm also gonna set fetch to true. And then after that, we can call the fetch favorite movies. We can also call set is loading to true. And after inside the cache, we can set the is loading to false. And after the API call is done, we can set the is loading to false. And inside the dependencies, we can put fetched. So it's favorite movies. Let's change that. So I'm going to remove all these from the movie card, because we're going to fetch the details of the movie inside the movie card, so we don't need to pass it in favorite movies. So we're only going to pass the ID of the movie. So if it is loading, I'm going to display the skeleton. Otherwise, I'm going to display this whole div. So fix the bracket issue. Let's go back to movie card. I'm going to copy this class name from skeleton. To this favorites page. And then we can increase the height a bit. Let's go back to movie card. As you can see, if the image URL is empty, I fetch the movie. Otherwise, I set the details coming from the props. Perfect. So now we have a working movie card, a favorites page. Now we need to test this out. Yeah, make sure that you don't have a unique, make sure you remove that from the favorites model. And then you can do npx prisma db push and then npx prisma db generate whenever you make changes inside the schema. So everything looks good. So let me restart the application and see if the favorites page is working. Let me go to the dashboard first. And click favorites. Perfect. Now it's working perfectly. So you go to the dashboard and you can search a new movie. You can add one of them to favorites, maybe this 1927 Fast and Furious or this Tasmanian Devil. So I clicked both of them, and as you can see, they're both visible on our favorites page. So we need some sort of a way to show the users that we have clicked. We've clicked the bookmark button, so I'm gonna do that soon. So I want all these bookmark icons to be black. Perfect. So I made a state called is bookmarked, and if it is bookmarked, I change the background color. As you can see, I have a state called const is bookmarked, set is bookmarked, and I set that to true inside the handle add to favorites. And then for the class name, I put this conditional class. I'm gonna add a little bit more padding. So let's go back to the dashboard, the search page. So now when you click it, it's gonna show a background color. So inside the dashboard, I'm gonna fetch the favorite movies. This is because I want users to know that they've already added a certain movie to the favorites page. So that's why I'm fetching the favorites movie inside the dashboard itself. And I'm gonna make a state for that. So let's make a state constant fav set fav equal use state. And this is gonna be an array. And I'm gonna copy this from the favorites page. I'm gonna copy this interface to the dashboard as well. And let's set the favorite movies as response.data. I'm gonna copy this whole thing from the favorites page to the dashboard because a lot of the logic will be similar. And then let's call the fetch favorite movies function. And I'm gonna remove this set fetched thing. Let's rename the variable. Perfect. So now this should set the list of favorite movies inside the search page. So now we can pass whether this movie is a whether this movie is already in in the favorites page. So we can pass a new prop to the movie card. So if the movie ID is already inside the favorite movie list, we're gonna pass true. Otherwise, we're gonna pass false. So I'm gonna use this function. And let's add this prop inside the movie card. And we can also add this to the interface. And this is going to be a boolean. So if this movie is already in the favorites, we're going to return true, otherwise false. So we need to set the is bookmarked if it's already in favorites. So inside the use effect, we can set is favorite to is favorite. And then instead of the is bookmark function, we're going to use movie.isFavorite. So inside the handle add to favorites, we're going to do something else. So if the movie is already in a favorite, we should not add it to favorite. So we probably need a different API to remove it from the favorites page. So we're gonna have to do that soon. So we don't have a set is bookmarked. So let me bring this real quick. So I think it is a better way if we have a state for is bookmarked. So now inside the handle add to favorites, I'm just gonna use the state instead. So if it is not bookmarked, I'm gonna add it to the bookmark. If it is already bookmarked, I'm gonna remove it from bookmark. So let's just use the state. So I think it's a better way to organize our state data. So now we can see I think there's something wrong. Let me search Iron Man. Okay, so that's working. When you click it, it turns black. So I also want it to be black inside the favorites page. So let's go to the favorites page. And here we can pass in the favorite, or we haven't passed the is favorite variable. So pass in the is favorite variable, and it's going to be true because we are inside the favorites page. So now you can see inside the favorites page, all the bookmark icons are black. Okay, I think we've reached the maximum limit, so I'm going to change this back to 0. I'm still not seeing black inside the for the Iron Man movie, so let me go see if I can fix that. Favorite movies dot some. I think there's something wrong here. Favorite movies dot some. So as you can see, we are returning true inside the is favorites for the Iron Man movie. So it's something else that's happening. Oh, it should be outside the fetch movie function. Okay, yeah, make sure the set is bookmarked is outside the API request. So now we are getting the black background for the Iron Man movie. Perfect. So now we got almost everything working. So now we can double check again. So I'm going to search Conjuring. I think we reached the limit again. No, I guess it's something else. Okay, now you can see the movie that's already in the favorites page. It's going to have a background color of black. All the other ones, you can add them to favorites. And when you go to favorites page, you should be able to see those movies. Perfect. So now I'm gonna make a new API endpoint called the remove favorite. So if the movie is already in favorite page and the user clicks the bookmark icon, the movie is gonna get removed from the favorite page. So that's what we're gonna do it here. So I'm gonna copy this almost the same thing from add favorite to the remove favorite. And let's remove this console log. Let's keep it there for now. And instead of add favorite, we're gonna have a new Prisma DB function called remove favorite. So export const remove favorite, and it's gonna be an async function as well. And let's import the user ID. If the user ID doesn't exist, we can return. Otherwise, we can delete the movie from the favorites database. And we can pass in the user ID and the movie ID. Okay, let me update this count back to 0. Okay, I'm gonna click this bookmark icon for the Conjuring to 2013 movie, and we can see if it got removed. As you can see, it got removed from the favorites page. So now we can click one of these Conjuring 3 movies, and I'm gonna click this. Now let me refresh, and they should be removed from the favorites page. Perfect. So now the users can add favorites, they can remove favorites, and they can see all the favorite page inside a single page. And we also have a working icon. We have a search page. Perfect. Great job, guys. So now I'm going to remove all these movies from the favorite page. Now let's refresh and go back to the favorites. As you can see, the page is empty. So now we can move to the payment section. So I'm going to create a new button called subscription button. So this will be the button that users will be clicking to subscribe to our application. So export const subscription button. And this is going to be a button from the chat scene UI. And inside the button, let's write something like upgrade. So let's create a state variable for loading our variable, because we're going to be checking whether the user is already subscribed or not. And let's give the button a disable property of face loading, and a variant of variant depends whether it's a pro or not, whether the user is already subscribed or not. So that's why we have a variable called isPro. If they're already subscribed, it's going to have a variant of default. Otherwise, it's going to have a variant of premium. And when the user clicks the button, we're going to have to handle that as well. So I'm going to create a onClick function, and it's going to be an async function. And then I'm going to set the loading to true. And inside here, I'm going to make an API request. So axios.get/API/Stripe. So we'll be using Stripe to integrate the payment. So make sure you import Axios and also import a use state. So we need to define this isPro variable. So for that, I'm gonna create a interface props. So create a new interface called subscription button props, and it's gonna have a variable called isPro, and that's gonna be a type of Boolean. So I think we need to create the premium outline. So go to the UI slash button. This is the chat scene button. So here we can create a new variant called premium. So let's create that. So it's gonna have a background gradient. So let's write background gradient to R from Indigo 500 via purple 500 to pink 500, and the text color, let's give it a text color of white. And for the border, I'm gonna give it a 0. So now it should work. Okay. So now we need to write the API endpoint for Stripe. And once the API request is done, we can set the loading back to false. Um, so I'm gonna be using a zoo stand for managing global states. So make sure you install zoo stand by using npm install zoo stand. And inside the movie full stack folder, let's make a new folder called hooks. So here we will be writing some Stripe functions and other global functions. So create a new file called usepromodel.tsx. And here let's import zoostand. So we're going to be having a dialog that pops up when the user wants to subscribe. So we want a global state to know whether it's open or not. So that's why we have this interface. So create this interface, use ProModel store, and that's going to have a variable called isOpen, and it's going to be of type boolean, and then it's going to have two functions, onOpen and onClose. And then let's create this use ProModel store that sets isOpen to true, and when you close it, it's going to set isOpen to false. So this is what that's going to be opening and closing that pop-up. So I'll be showing how to create that pop-up real quick. So before that, let's create this model provider.tsx file inside the components folder, and this is going to be a client component. So make sure you have use client at the top, and then create a model provider. So export const model provider, and at the top let's create this variable is mounted, because we might have this error again, the hydration error. So that's why we have this. And inside the use effect, set is mounted to true, and if it is not mounted, let's return null. So this is to prevent the hydration error that could happen for the client components. And then let's return a component called ProModel. So now we need to define the ProModel component. So inside the component, let's create a new file called use promodel.tsx, and inside this we can create the ProModel function. So export const ProModel, and this is going to have a state of isOpen. So let's remove that. Before that, let's return the content of the ProModel. So let's just return a div for now, and then we can import this back in the model provider. Perfect. So we have a model provider and a ProModel. So make sure you wrap the whole thing, wrap the children. About the children, you have the model provider. Because this will act as a global state to the whole app. So that's why we need this here. Now let's go to Shatsian and we can see how we can build the pop-up. So we're going to be using something called a dialog to open up the pop-up. So now we can go ahead and install the dialog component from Shatsian UI. So type in the command, and this is going to install the component inside your component/UI folder. Let's go back to the Pro model and then we can edit this. So this is going to be our pop-up. So let's import the dialog component that we just installed. And then we can copy all these code from the website. I'm going to delete some of the stuff. So after the dialog, create a new attribute called open. Let's remove the dialog trigger and let's import all the dialog components. So we're going to have dialog content, and make sure it's from UI/dialog. So dialog header, and then dialog title. I don't need this, so I'm going to delete this. So for the open attribute, let's import the hook that we wrote before, the use pro modal. So import use pro modal from hook/use pro modal. And then we can import this inside the function. So const pro modal equal to use pro modal. And then the value of the open attribute would be promodal.isOpen. So this is going to be global state. And then another attribute would be on open change, and this would be promodal dot on close. And then for the dialog title, let's give it a class name of flex. Justify center, item center, flex call, gap y of 4, bb of 2, and inside the dialog title, let's create a new div that says upgrade to premium. And then let's give it a class name of, again, flex, item center, so let's create a new component called badge. So this is like a small icon that you can add easily to your Next.js applications. I don't think I'm going to be using this, so you can skip this portion if you want. Let me see if it works though. Badge of class name uppercase, text xm, py of 1. And inside the badge variants, we can make a new badge variant called premium. And this is again going to have a gradient, so bg of gradient to r from indigo 500, via purple 500 to pink 500. And it's going to have a text of white color, and then border of 0, and the text primary foreground. Let's go back to the pro model. So we have a badge that says premium. And let's add a variant of premium. So let's restart the application and see how it looks. So let's go to the use pro model hook. And I'm gonna change this is open to true so that it's always true when you reload the app. And now, as you can see, we have a nice little pop-up that pops up. And the badge actually looks good, so you guys can use it if you want. It says upgrade to premium and it has a nice little badge that says premium. Perfect. So let's import this inside the dashboard nav bar. So we imported this subscription button inside the dashboard nav bar. And then we would have to pass the easpro variable. So we need to check whether the user is subscribed or not. So for now, we will just pass in false, but we're gonna have to change this. So let's go to schema. So here we're gonna make a new database containing the details of the user subscriptions. So like the Stripe details, when the subscription is expiring, the ID, and everything. So let's make that. So let's create a new schema model called the user subscription, and it's gonna have an ID. It's gonna have a user ID. It's gonna have a let's remove this. So first of all, it's gonna have a Stripe customer ID, and that's a string. And it's a unique variable. And let's also map it to a different name with underscore. So sometimes you can use either the name with the underscore, or you can name it using the camel case. So that's what that means. And the next property would be the Stripe subscription ID, and that's a string as well. And again, the same thing, it's going to be unique, and you can also use the name with the underscore. So we can map it to the name Stripe underscore subscription underscore ID. And the next thing is Stripe price ID. Again, a string. And this is not unique. And then let's map it to Stripe underscore price underscore ID. And the next thing is Stripe current period. So we want to know when the subscription ends. So this is a type of date time. And let's map it to, again, the name with the underscore, Stripe underscore, current underscore, period underscore, end. Perfect. So now we have a schema model for the subscription. So now we need to push this to the Prisma DB. So open up the terminal and type in npx Prisma DB push. Perfect. And then we can generate the Prisma DB files by npx Prisma generate. So inside the lib, let's create a new file called subscription.tsx.ts. And inside the file, let's create a new function called check subscription. So export const check subscription, and it's going to be an async function. And again, let's import the user ID from the auth. And let's import Prisma DB as
क्रेडिट पे
well.
किसी ने 0.01 तक ले गया एंड उसके बाद
And
भी
then it's not this function database. The database is user subscription.
बट 0.01
So what we are doing is whether we're going to see whether there's a subscription that exists for this user ID. And if it exists, we're going to return true. Otherwise, we're going to return false. So inside the function, let's also select a few
वो भी
columns.
60
So
days में
let's
कंप्लीट किया
select Stripe subscription
one.
ID, Stripe current period end, and then Stripe customer ID, Stripe price ID, perfect. And then after that, we're just going to check whether it exists. If it doesn't exist, we're going to return false. Otherwise, we're going to return whether it's valid or not. So we're going to have a variable called isValid. We're going to have to check whether the Stripe price ID exists and whether the Stripe expiry date is after the current
और
time.
जब ये
So that's what we're
स्टार्ट
going to
किया
do
था
here.
बिगिनिंग में तो बहुत जन ने जीता
So we're going to get the time
Restart.
from the
एक्चुअली अभी
Stripe
वो
current period
ऑन
end.
कर दिया
And then we're going to do some math here. You can just copy paste what I'm doing here.
ये क्या रूल है टुमारो
So let's create this
7:30 AM
variable
to 8
called day
AM
in
के बीच में
milliseconds. So we're going to
ओपन
do
करो तो 100 ग्राम
some millisecond
छूट देगा अभी
calculations.
मेरे टाइमर लगा के ओपन करो
And then we're going to return is valid with 2 exclamation marks. Make sure you guys put 2 exclamation marks. And inside the dashboard navbar, we can use this function. So let me see, const ispro equals await check subscription. And let's pass ispro inside the subscription button. And then inside the dashboard navbar, let's create a different button called with the premium variant premium called upgrade. So when the user clicks this upgrade, that a pop-up is going to pop up, the dialog. So that's what I'm doing here. So we're going to have a new button called upgrade. And then let's go to the pro model, and inside the dialog footer, let's create a new button called, and let's give it a size of large. And let's give it a variant of premium. And it's gonna say upgrade to premium. And this will take us to the Stripe page. So that's what we are doing here. So let me give this a few class name of widthful. Perfect. So now we have a pop-up that says upgrade to premium when the user clicks the upgrade on the nav bar. So let's set up the payment stuff. So we're going to be using Stripe. So go to stripe.com and create an account if you don't have it. So I already have an account. So I'm going to go to my dashboard, and you can create a new account. And then you can go to developers and get your API keys. So you have a secret key and a publisher key. So make sure you go to and env.log in env and copy paste the Stripe API key, and this will be your secret key. So you have your Stripe API key inside your env file. So now we can write the functions. So inside the lib folder, let's create a new file called stripe.ts. And here we can import the Stripe library. So make sure you install the Stripe library by going to the terminal and typing npm install Stripe. So after that, we can import Stripe. And these are just some boilerplate code that you can copy paste to initialize Stripe. So we are initializing Stripe using the Stripe secret key. So process.env.stripe underscore API underscore key. And then there's an API version and there's a TypeScript true. So make sure your API version is, I just copy pasted whatever that year says. So 2024 09 30 dot acacia. It's TypeScript true. So we already have this model for Stripe. And we also have a function that checks whether the user is subscribed or not and whether it's valid. So inside the utils, let's create a small util function. So this takes in a path and that returns a path with your public app URL. So we're gonna be using this later. For now, you can just leave it like that. And go to the API folder and let's make the slash API slash Stripe API endpoint. So go to the Stripe folder and create the route.ts file, and inside that, let's create the get function. Again, we get the current user, and if they don't exist, they're unauthorized. And then we check whether the user is subscribed or not. And we have a few boilerplate code that you can copy paste. So we get the Stripe session if the user is subscribed. So const Stripe session equal to await stripe.billingportal.session.create. So if the user is already subscribed, we're going to create a new session. That's what we are doing here. And then we return the URL that the Stripe returns. Otherwise, we will take the user to the checkout page. So that's what happens here. So for that, we're going to do await stripe.checkout.sessions.create. And then again, we have a lot more attributes. So we have a success URL, we have a cancel URL, we have a payment method type, we have a mode, a subscription, the billing address collection, the customer email. Customer email is going to be user.email, which is coming from clerk. So we do user.email address as 0.email address. I don't know why that error exists. Oh, I think I need to update. Okay. Yeah, I think that worked. So just put an await. And then we're going to have a line items with price data, currency, product data, name. I'm going to put movie premium. Description would be unlimited movie searches. And the unit amount, that would be the price. I'm going to put 1.99. And the interval is monthly. And the most important thing is this metadata. So we're going to be using something called webhook to see whether the subscription was successful or not. And for that, we'll be using the user ID. So make sure you pass in the user ID inside the metadata. And after we create the checkout session, we're going to be returning the URL of that session. So we're just going to return URL stripe session.url. And if there's an error, we'll be returning the error status. So that's what happens inside the slash API slash Stripe URL API endpoint. Make sure you have metadata. Perfect. So now that we have a Stripe API as well, I think the user ID would be unique. Yeah. So make sure you have user ID unique. And I think I had a spelling mistake before. So make sure you copy this user subscription the same way that I have here. So since I made some changes, so I'm gonna push the changes to the Prisma Studio. So npx Prisma db push. and also do npx prisma generate. So I think there's something wrong with the schema. Let me copy this from here. So we're going to be using the webhook to see whether the checkout was successful or not. So create a new folder called the webhook, and inside that create a route.ts file, and then again create the post for a post API endpoint. And we're going to be getting the body of the request using await req.text. And we'll be using something called signature, and this comes from the headers. So do headers dot get stripe signature, and then comes string, and then let's create a new variable called event, and this will be of type stripe dot event. And then let's make a try catch statement, and inside the try write this event equals stripe dot webhooks dot construct event, and then pass in the body the signature and the stripe webhook secret. So I will be showing how to get the stripe webhook secret soon. So just write this for now. So if there's an error, we can just return the webhook error. And after we get the event, we can create a new variable called session, and this comes from event.data.object. And then we're checking whether the session is completed. So we're gonna do event.type equals checkout.session.completed. And then inside that, we can get the subscription. So const subscription equals await stripe.subscription. dot retrieve, and inside that it would be session dot subscription as string. And then this is where the metadata that I told you earlier comes from. So we're going to see if there's a metadata inside the session.metadata, and if it's not there, it's unauthorized. And then if the checkout.session is completed, we're going to add the user subscription to our Prisma database, to our MySQL database. So we're going to add all the data. So await prismadb.user subscription.create, and inside the data, we're going to pass in the user ID that comes from the metadata. So we're going to add a question mark, and that's for TypeScript. And then stripe.customer ID is subscription.customer as string. Stripe subscription ID is subscription.id. And after that comes Stripe price ID, which is subscription.items.data0.price.id. And then comes the Stripe current period end. So this is the expiry date. So this is new date, subscription.current period end times 1000. So there can the event type can also be something else. So if the event dot type equals invoice dot created, sorry, it's invoice dot payment dot succeeded, payment succeeded. We're gonna create a new variable. So const subscription equals await stripe dot subscription dot retrieve. Again, we retrieve the subscription. Again, we will update our subscription of the user. So await prismadb.subscription dot update many. I think we only have one single update, so it's not update many, it's update. Again, we pass in the user ID. We update the Stripe subscription ID. So if this is the case where user is subscribing again or managing something else, so that's why that's why this subscription already exists on the database. So we are getting that subscription and then updating everything else. So we're updating the Stripe price ID. We are updating the expiry date. So Stripe current period end is new date. Again, subscription dot current period end times 1000. So we've dealt with the two cases. Either the user is subscribing for the first time, or they're subscribing again, or increasing their time period. So that's what the two event types are for. So let's go back to dashboard Stripe. And inside the developers, go to event destinations. And let's create an event destination. And make sure you have API keys and everything. Yeah, go to event destination and create the event destination. And for now, we'll be testing it in a local environment. So make sure you have the Stripe CLI. So I'm gonna go to my terminal and type in Stripe login. So I'm using Windows, so I don't have a Stripe CLI. So I need to install it. So I'm gonna click this download the CLI. So depending on your operating system, you can install CLI. So I'm gonna go to GitHub and download the Stripe CLI. I'm gonna click choose this Windows x86 64.zip, and I'm gonna download this. And let's open up a new command prompt. So I have this Stripe CLI in my downloads folder. So let's open up a new command prompt. And I'm gonna go to my downloads folder, and I have this Stripe CLI. So I'm gonna go inside the Stripe CLI folder, and then I'm gonna see if Stripe login works. That doesn't work. I think I need to use it like this, stripe.exe login. Perfect, that worked. So I'm gonna copy this URL into my browser. So I'm gonna go to my Gmail. And copy this code. So make sure the name matches the name inside your terminal, and then the access will be granted. So we've logged in to Stripe CLI. So now we can copy this command. So I'm going to copy this and then change this to Stripe exe. And make sure you change the port to the port of the web app. So it's localhost 3000/API/webhook. And then press enter. Didn't work. So I think I have to use /stripe.exe. And then I'm gonna write this by myself. So forward to localhost 3000 /API/webhook. Oh, I didn't write the listen. So /. Stripe pxc and then listen and then forward to. Perfect. So now it's listening. So now we can go ahead and start coding. So this is the webhook secret key that we need to save it inside the env file. So I'm going to copy this webhook secret key into our .env file. So here, let's create a new variable called stripe_webhook_ secret, and then copy paste this webhook secret key. So we're going to be changing this for when we deploy this. For testing purposes, we'll be using this. Yeah, I don't think we need the apostrophes, so just remove those. And I'm also going to be removing the apostrophes from Stripe API key. Now let's go back to the webhook and make sure you have the same environment variable. So I'm going to copy this stripe_webhook_secret. And we have a webhook that's listening. Now let's restart the application. I'm going to go to get started and click upgrade. That doesn't work. So let me go to dashboard, navbar. So for the upgrade, inside the upgrade button, add an on click that says pro model dot on open. So what this does is change the value of is open to true, and that would open up the dialog. So let's go back to the app and see if it works. So when you click upgrade, that should open up the dialog. Perfect. So now we have a upgrade button that opens up the premium plan dialog. Now so inside the pro model, that opens up the dialog basically. I'm going to create a function called onSubscribe, and this is going to be an async function. And inside the try, let's make a API request. So axios.get /API/Stripe. Make sure you import Axios. So make sure you have an await keyword before the request. And then after that, we can run window.location.href equals response.data.url. Because we are getting the session URL from the Stripe and we are redirecting to that URL. So that's what this line does. As you can see, we're getting the Stripe session URL from the API /Stripe route. And whenever someone click the upgrade to premium button, we will be redirecting them. And again, we can have a is loading state, initialize to false, and inside the on subscribe, I'm gonna set it to true. And then finally, we can set this to false. And make sure you import useState. And like I said, for the upgrade to premium button, we can add an on click with this on subscribe function. Perfect. So whenever someone clicks upgrade to premium, it should take them to the Stripe checkout session URL. So we'll see if it works. So let's click the upgrade and let's click upgrade to premium. So looks like there's something wrong here. Let me see. The unit amount is 1000. I don't think that's the issue though. We'll see. Let's refresh. Let's click upgrade and then click upgrade to premium. Perfect. So now the users will be redirected to the Stripe checkout screen. Now let's open up Prisma Studio because we're going to be using some fake card details and so we can see whether the user subscription has been saved inside our user subscription database. So as you can see, now it's empty. So now we can type in a fake credit card. So 4242 0526. Click processing. Now let's see if we get redirected to settings. Perfect. So we got redirected to settings. So this should mean we, now let's refresh the user subscription. Okay, as you can see, we cannot see any entries. So we see some errors in the webhook. So there's some stuff that we need to do. So basically, inside the East public route, we need to add one more URL. We need to add /API/webhook inside the public route. So make sure you guys have this. And now we can do the same thing again. Click get started. And then click upgrade to premium. And this should take us to the checkout stripe. And then type in a fake credit card 42424242. Something. And then click subscribe. And let's see if this works. So we got redirected to the settings page. And now let's go back to the Prisma Studio and see if we have an entry. So as you can see, it was successful. So we should have an entry in our Prisma Studio. So we can refresh. Let's refresh. As you can see, we have an entry inside the user subscription database. So the subscription was successful. So let's go ahead and open up this file, subscription.ts. And there's something wrong here now. Let me try to fix this. Let's just add an exclamation mark. Make sure the constant has underscore in between. Okay, I'm gonna copy this. So you guys can copy this code here. So let's go to settings page and start building the settings page. So this is where user will be able to manage their subscription and see whether they are on a pro plan or a free trial. And then again, we're gonna have a variable called isPro, which awaits check subscription. Okay, there's a problem. We cannot make this async, and this has to be a client component. So we need a use client at the top. Let me see if I can fix this. Use effect cannot be called inside a async function. So for now, we can start writing the UI. So I'm gonna make a div after the settings title. And inside the class name, write px4, and for large devices px8. Let's give it a space via 4. And then inside that div, create another div with a class name of text muted foreground. Let's give it a text of small. And again, if it is a pro, it's gonna say you are on a pro plan. Otherwise, it says you are on a free plan. Let's clean this code up a bit. So let's go back to setting page. It's as you can see, it says you are on a pro plan. So let's create a card header and then a card title. So here it's gonna say settings and card description. Write something like modify your plan here. And then inside the card content, import card content as well. Let's copy this and put this inside the card content. Actually, I'm going to copy this class name and give it to the class header, card header. And I'm going to cut this and put this inside the card content. Now let's go back to settings and see how it looks like. Okay, it looks pretty well, but I want this to be centered in like a box. So for the card, let's give the class name of width 1 by 2. And for the top div, let's give the class name of flex, justify center, flex core, and let's try align ourself. Let me see if any of these work. I want this to be centered. What if we try margin auto? Okay, that works. So let's also give it a margin top of 5. Perfect. So now we have a settings page with a card that says you are on a pro plan. So for this div with the text that says you are on a pro plan, let's make some changes. So I'm gonna give it a text. Let's say from Zinc 500 to Cyan 700. I don't think that worked, so I'm gonna remove that. Let's give it a background color. Let's give it a little bit more padding and a rounded edge. So rounded LG. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give it the same color as the dashboard. I mean the nav bar. So I'm gonna give it a 11826. I'm gonna make the text color to white. Let's go to the subscription button. And here, as you can see, we're making a request to API/Stripe. And we are passing in isBro, which is of type subscription button props. And after that, we can do window.location.href equals response.data.url. So this has to be a client component because we are using useState. So let me try copying this to the settings page. So I'm gonna add a subscription button to the settings page. But there is a problem because settings page is a server side component, but subscription button is a client side component. So we're gonna have to make some changes to fix that. So let's make subscription button use client. Perfect. So let's go back to settings page. So we have a subscription button. I'm gonna move this outside of the div, and I'm gonna pass in isPro. So isPro would be isPro. So I'm gonna move this subscription button outside the div. And then for this button, I'm gonna give it a class name of P2. No, actually M2, because we need some margin. Let's just give a margin top for now. So margin top 2. Actually, no, that doesn't work, so I'm gonna remove that. So let's switch this. So if it is Ace Pro, premium, otherwise it's default. Okay, so that's work. Actually, if it is Pro, it is default, otherwise it's premium. So if it's The user is already subscribed, it's going to say upgrade. Otherwise, it's going to say subscribe. Or you can say something like manage subscription or something like that. That would make more sense. So I'm going to say manage subscription. Otherwise, subscribe or upgrade to premium. Let's change the variant to outline. Inside the on-click, it's gonna call API/Stripe, and it should take us to the manage subscription page. So there is something wrong here. So let's try to fix this. So it says you cannot create a portal session in test mode until you save your customer portal settings. So let's do that. I'm gonna open up this portal session. So inside the customer portal, click activate test link. And click save changes. So after you click save changes, let's refresh and click manage subscription, and this should take us to the subscription management page from Stripe. Perfect. So now users can manage their subscription, add payment methods, and even cancel their subscription if they want. Make sure you click activate test link. So now the customer portal link is active. Let's go to the webhook. And I'm gonna delete this user subscription. So we've deleted the user subscription from the database. So now we can refresh, or I'm gonna restart the app. and click upgrade to premium. This should take us to the checkout page. Perfect. So as you can see, it says you are on a free plan. It says upgrade to premium. Everything looks good. So now we have a settings page as well. Inside the dashboard navbar, I'm gonna see if I can make it an async function. Okay, it's a client component. So dashboard is a client component, so I cannot use an async. So I'm gonna delete this dashboard navbar from settings. So inside the components, I'm gonna create a new navbar instead. So I'm gonna create a navbar specifically for settings. So let's create a settings navbar.tsx file. So inside this, I'm gonna copy everything from dashboard navbar and then make it a settings navbar instead. And I'm gonna remove this pro modal. So it's not gonna have the button. And you can delete this hooks, use pro modal. And inside the settings page, I'm gonna import this settings navbar. Perfect. And we're gonna make one more API request. So inside the API, create a folder called check subscription. And inside that folder, create a new file called route.ts. And I'm just gonna copy one of these APIs. So let's copy paste this code inside the check subscription. And instead of add favorites, we're gonna check subscription. So do a constant response equals await check subscription. And let's pass it the user ID. Actually, we don't need to pass anything. So let's remove the user ID. And let's return response. Inside the response, let's do let's return account status, and that would be response.data. For now we can do res if it is, yeah, if the response is true, it's premium, otherwise it's free. So let's go to the dashboard now bar, and below this pro model, let's create a use effect. And here I'm gonna make a API request. So constant response equals await axios.get API / check subscription. And I'm gonna wrap everything around a function called checkIsPro. So this function checks whether the user has a pro subscription. And after that, you can check whether the account status is premium or free. And I'm gonna set a variable for this. So const isPro set isPro equals useState false. And if the account status is premium, I'm gonna set isPro to true. And here I'm gonna check whether it is pro. If it is not pro, I'm gonna display the upgrade button, because we don't need the upgrade button if the user already has a subscription. So let's go to the dashboard and refresh the app. So we're getting some sort of error. So let me see if I can fix this. So the API request failed. So let's go to the check subscription API and see what's wrong here. So we don't need the ID, so I'm going to remove the ID. So I'm going to change this to get request. And remove this line. Also remove all the console log line. So we only need to get the user ID and check if the user ID exists, and then we check subscription, and then we return the value, whether it's premium or free. Okay, looks like it's working now. So I'm gonna subscribe with the fake card number again. Okay, it did take us back to the settings page, but it still says free plan. Oh, I need to restart the Prisma Studio. So I'm going to open up a new terminal and then type npx Prisma Studio. Okay, I don't see a subscription entry inside the app. So something happened. Oh, looks like our Stripe CLI wasn't listening to the webhook. So let's do that. So I'm going to go to the downloads folder. So we're already logged in. So I'm pretty sure we only need the listen command. So I'm going to copy this. And then change the stripe to /stripe.exe. Oh no. And then make sure you change the localhost URL. So it's going to be localhost 3000/API/webhook. And then we can copy paste this webhook secret key again. Inside your env file. Perfect. Now let's go back to the app and click upgrade to premium. Let's subscribe again. Okay, when we refresh, it's the UI gets updated, and we do see an entry inside the user subscription. So I'm going to try this again because the UI wasn't updated straight away. So I'm going to see if I can fix that issue. So let's refresh and upgrade again. Perfect. So now we can see it was redirected to the settings page, and the page has the updated UI. It says you are on a pro plan. Perfect. And now as you can see, the upgrade button was also removed from both the favorites page and the dashboard page. Perfect. So now we're almost done. So we have a search page, we have a settings page, we have a maximum API limit for search. We have a settings page that displays whether the user is on a premium plan or a free plan, and users can click the upgrade button to pay for subscription, and they get the premium plan so that they can search unlimited number of times. So we have a whole working full stack application. So now we have some cleaning up to do. So let me go to the promodel.tsx file. So we need to fix a few more errors. So I'm gonna change this back to false because the initial value of ease open was true. That's why the pop-up was opening up every single time you refresh. So let's go to the event destination and add an endpoint. We already did this, but we're gonna have to do this again when we deploy this app on Vercel. So let's go to the scripts um, and add this line post install equals Prisma generate. We would need this when we deploy this app. So go to package.json and make sure you add this line. So make sure you run npm run lint to get rid of all the JavaScript errors and stuff like that. So it's going to show a couple of errors. So we're going to have to fix all of this before deploying this on Vercel. So let's go to, so we have a variable that is not being used. So I'm going to remove this. I don't think we need this inside the dialog. And I'm also going to remove all the unused variables. For this error, let's just make a state variable to save this error. So constant error equal set error equals useState, and it's going to be an empty string. And here I'm going to set the error. And before the use effect, make sure you set the error to empty string. And then after this div, I'm going to add this error. So if the length of the error is greater than 0, I'm going to display the error. So we've fixed a lot of the errors. And make sure you remove all these unused variables. I'm going to run npm run lint again. So we have two more errors, one in Prisma DB. So this one, I'm not sure. It's supposed to be VAR. I might just disable this error. So this one, let me see if I can fix this. So after that, let's push this. Let's push this code to GitHub. So make a new repository, and let's name this. Let's name this repository. And after that, go to your terminal and then type git init. And then you can just copy this line, git remote add origin. So this connects your local repo to your remote repo that you just created. And then we can do git branch and main. So this creates the main branch. And then we can push it, git push u origin main. So this pushes the whole code to our remote repository. So once we have this on our remote repository, we can start deploying. So we'll be using Vercel to deploy this. So make sure you guys log into Vercel and add a new project. You can connect to your GitHub, and after that you can link your project directly from the GitHub. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to give it access to this repository. And then click import. Then we do have a lot of environment variables that we need to fill in. So open up the environment variables. And then I'm going to go to my env file, and then I'm going to copy the whole thing inside. So this copies just the environment variables from your file. So you can also copy the one from the env.local file. Perfect. So now we have all the environment variables copied inside the Vercel. So so I do get an error here because I didn't fix one of the ESLint errors. So I'm gonna add this line to disable the rules. So I'm gonna go to my ESLint RC file, and then I'm gonna add this line. Rules, and then add this line, and then give the value off. So this turns the rule off, so we don't get the ESLint error. So I'm gonna again push the code back to the repository. So git add period, and then git commit, and then git push. So we pushed to the latest code. So now we can redeploy. So it's building again. Let's see if it's successful. So looks like it's successfully deployed. So we do need to change one more thing. Yeah, so it's the app is successfully deployed on Vercel. So we do need to do one more, few more things. So go back to the Stripe dashboard and then go to event destination. Then we can add an endpoint. So this time for the endpoint URL, we're gonna copy the app URL from the Vercel and then /API/webhook. And then we need to select all the events that we need to listen to. So it's gonna be event invoice.payment.succeeded. And there's one more. That's in checkout. So checkout.session.completed. So these are the two events that our webhook will listen to, and then we can publish this webhook. And then once it's published, we can get the signing webhook secret key. We can copy this, and we have to copy this back to Vercel. So go to deployments or settings. Yeah, settings, environment variables, and then go to your Stripe webhook secret, and then we can edit this and then copy paste your webhook secret from the dashboard and then click save. And then we need to edit one more thing. That is the next public app URL. So it's not the local host, it's again the Vercel domain. So we're going to copy our app URL from Vercel and then make sure you remove the slash from the end and then click save. And then make sure you guys redeploy the app again. So yeah, go to your app and click redeploy, and that should be it. Looks like our app is successfully deployed. So let's go to the public app URL and then click Get Started. So I'm gonna log into my app using my Gmail. So it took us to the dashboard. So it looks like I'm already subscribed. So let me search up a movie. We can add movie to the favorite page. Let's go to the favorites page. As you can see, we can see all our favorite movies. Let's go to the settings page. You can see that we're on a pro plan. You can manage subscription. You can go back to the home page. So we have a full stack application already deployed that users can use. Perfect. So that's pretty much it, guys. Make sure to like and subscribe so that I can keep making such useful tutorial videos.